up so I can where we jump. Hey, oh, it's one of the first things. So it was just like.
Well, good morning, everyone. We'll kick off for today's ordinary council meeting. I declare the ordinary meeting of the 26th of August 2026 open at 9 a.m. I advise members of the public sitting in the room that the meeting is being live streamed and recorded in accordance with council standing orders. Councillors and staff are reminded of their responsibilities under their respective codes of conduct, both inside the council meeting and when dealing externally on behalf of council. On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet here today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. We recognise their deep enduring connection to country and we extend our respect and gratitude for their wisdom and culture. Welcome fellow councillors, WRC staff, members of the public and no media today. Okay, our first agenda item is apologies and leaves of absence, which we have none received for this meeting. Item number 2, condolences. Are there any councillors wish to acknowledge any recently the passing of any community members and express their condolences? We've changed the words there, haven't we? So, okay, on behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, we would like to acknowledge and pay our respects to the recently departed of the Whitsundays region and offer our sincere condolences to their families and loved ones. Joel, join me in standing for a minute's silence, please. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Okay, moving to item number 3 on our agenda is the confirmation of the prior minutes from the 28th of July 2026. Moved Councillor Bowman, second Councillor Clifford. Any discussion or queries on the minutes?
Just the 6-1 vote for the break to lunch, break to morning tea.
Who was the one there off memory, Councillor Bowman? Was it
Councillor
Councillor
Finlay?
Thank you. Thanks for reminding us. Okay, if there's nothing further, the council confirmed the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 28th of July 2026. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item number 4 on today's agenda, business arising. At 4.1 we had a public question response from Mr. Rojan Taylor. There was one public question submitted for the meeting. Question was taken on notice and responses being provided as set out in the attachment for the item. It's for noting only. You don't want to add anything further, Mr. CEO? No. Would any council like to raise any other business arising from the previous minutes? Okay, we'll move to item number 5 on our agenda, which is mayoral minute. There is no mayoral minute for this meeting. Item number 6, notice of motion. 6.1 is a notice of motion from myself, unreasonable customer and complaints action, which I will move. And second, Councillor Collins. I'll start off by speaking to this notice of motion and I just want to explain briefly why I brought this motion forward. Also note, since lodging the notice of motion, I've received advice to a similar position we've had previously in 2021, but I don't think the notice of motion, this notice of motion is to ultimately lead to a different outcome, which is a strategic policy for council. So this notice of motion is absolutely not about preventing criticism of council. Residents have every right to criticise me, whether in the public realm, through social media. Councillors or council make complaints, seek information, use right to information, approach oversight bodies and challenge decisions. Sometimes those complaints will be justified and council will get things wrong. But there is also another side to this. We've seen circumstances where substantially the same allegations can be pursued repeatedly through one process after another, consuming very significant amounts of resources, staff time, legal resources, and ultimately ratepayer money. A recent example involved an extremely serious allegations being pursued against council representatives through legal proceedings for a 15-month period. The matter was allowed to run through the proper judicial process. Ultimately, after this period of time, the private complaints were struck out, with the court finding the particulars lacked the necessary cogency, detail and precision for the defendants to properly understand what they were required to meet. My understanding that legal costs arising from this is significant to council, but when we count staff time, information searches, those RTIs, correspondence and the wider organisational resources involved, it does balloon significantly. And sometimes even a final determination does not end the demand on council. The same issues can simply be reframed, raised through another process or presented through another forum. There has to be a point where a reasonable organisation can say, we have heard you. We have considered the matter, appropriate review mechanisms have been made available, and unless there is materially new information, we are not going to commit to unlimited public resources to relitigating the same issue again and again. Importantly, persistence alone does not make somebody unreasonable, and an unsuccessful complainant does not necessarily make someone unreasonable. What matters is the conduct and the impact. This motion asks us to establish a fair, consistent and defensible framework based on the Queensland Ombudsman approach, protecting legitimate rights while also protecting our staff, our councillors and our finite council resources. At present, we do not have that strategic direction. I think it is time we did. I have some questions I would like to ask you, Mr. CEO, and I guess this is generally talking to the resources involved in such processes and complaints. Can you give us an indication over the last 12 months the approximate legal costs and staffing costs associated with council dealing with these repeated complaints?
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers, but we basically have been spending up to about $100,000 on legals for a range of integrity issues. They cover a range of components over the last year. And we also have the majority of one staff member who's basically involved in integrity matters. They can be across the board in relation to the various components in relation to it. And we do have a small number of people who actually do continuously ask different questions through RTI and through the various channels. It does take a significant amount of our time and effort, and these issues need to be treated very seriously, so therefore they're generally dealt with by either myself, the director and our governance team in relation to it. So it is a significant resource in relation to addressing those issues. As you said, they have an ability to lodge them, we have a responsibility to respond to them.
And just a subsequent question, Mr. CEO. So where substantially the same allegations continue to be raised through different channels after appropriate processes have been exhausted, does the organisation currently have an adequate framework to establishing a reasonable endpoint for these complaints?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. For those operational matters down at the operational level, we have been able to use our systems and processes to deal with those, but where the matters have been raised potentially up to the CEO level, or they are about the CEO, then they actually do require a strategic policy, which we don't have.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I'll just note, Council, that the notice of motion being tabled is as per the report, but it's not asking for a specific decision around policy today, but it is effectively directing the CEO to develop an unreasonable customer and complainant conduct policy in line with the existing Queensland Ombudsman's managing unreasonable complainant conduct framework and meeting legislative requirements to bring back to council meeting. Anyone like to ask me any questions or would like to comment at all?
I might get reported.
Hey?
I might get reported.
Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. It is an issue, and it's also an issue for us electeds with the continual harassment and what have you that we get on social media. So hopefully we can come up with something that will protect us all and the rights of our ratepayers.
Councillor Finland?
Yeah, I totally support you on this one, and I think what it does, it gives direction to our staff to know where they sit with this. and coming from the councillors leading the way on this. As you said, we'll develop a policy, come back to us, and then the staff can be guided on that. Yeah, we're good.
I just will add something there. I did mention that I was alerted to a like policy that had been in place before, but has kind of been rolled into our general complaints policy now. So I have reviewed the general complaints policy. There's nothing that I can see listed in that public policy that addressed this specifically. There is reference to a framework that sits behind the scenes that talks to unreasonable customer conduct. But I guess giving it is a derivative of the core policy, it does not specifically address complaints against councillors. It is more of an operational process from what I can see. So I think the intent of this is a strategic policy that is publicly available, that the members of the public can see and be clear on, and really have that strong focus on exactly this type of conduct. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do support you. I understand this is an issue. I do see the officer's time being taken up. Someone can fire off a dozen questions that ties up a high-level employee for a significant amount of time, and that's without things often being escalated. I do understand we had the previous policy. Probably my one concern here is that time frame of it coming back the next meeting. I think this is something that we would want to get right. We might need some guidelines behind it and stuff like that. So I'd be happy for it to be presented maybe, but I just wouldn't like to see us rush something. As we know, last time came in March, got revoked in November. So I think there's lessons from those, and we've got governance across this. We've got officers, or a lot of officers here have experienced that. But my other thing probably to touch on is under the Ombudsman's information is preventing or minimising unreasonable complaint. And I think that's something I'd look to guidelines for, or something that we know there's a few people that come back constantly, often over the same issue, but there's also a large number of people who we try to serve with. I always used to say, I get responses, I don't get answers. So I think this is the thing that we can use this to also ensure there's a process where council is open and transparent with the information it can be, and that we do try and minimise this escalation. That's part of what I support, as well as being sure these things just don't go round in circles.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Finlay?
Mayor, just on the back of Councillor Clay's comment there, like, is having this back 26 Council meeting, is that sufficient time to develop this policy? I guess that's a question for the CEO.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, so we've been working, since we were aware of the we've been working on this issue for some time. We have the bones of policy. We also have the Ombudsman in play, and the Director has been working through that process. So we feel comfortable we can produce a draft fairly quickly in relation to that.
Thank you.
Councillor Finlay, I did consider that in that notice of motion. I think it's trying to strike a balance between obviously the importance of having a policy, but also making sure we actually get it done. So I think, yeah, look, I'm comfortable with what's been put there. I know we do have a policy advisory group meeting coming up, so I'm confident we can get through this in the time required, given that there's already been a level of work done previously. Anything further from the floor? Okay. Okay, so the motion that council, we're going to read this whole thing. So the motion that council acknowledges the right of members of the community raise concerns, make complaints, seek information, criticise council and access appropriate statutory review accountability mechanisms, recognises the behaviour as per listed in the report as having an effect on council's capacity to provide services fairly and efficiently to the broader community, directs the CEO to develop an unreasonable customer and complainant conduct policy, as per what is written in the report, and requests that the proposed policy provide an appropriate framework for the focus areas also listed at point 4 in the report, and direct the draft policy to be considered by the Policy Review Working Group and presented to the September 2026 ordinary meeting for Council's consideration and adoption. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Now moving to item number 7, deputations, which we have none received for this meeting, and moving to item 8, petitions, questions or notice, which we do have a number. Councillor Simpson, would you like to start us off there?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to present a petition regarding the request for an update on Gloucester Avenue traffic conditions be received and referred to the CEO for consideration and a report to Council.
I'll second that one. Anyone like to ask any questions or on that one? Mr. CEO, do you want to add anything to that? You're happy just to receive?
Yep, receive and progress.
Okay. The motion that the petition regarding the request for an update to Gloucester Avenue traffic conditions be received and referred to the CEO for consideration and a report to Council. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. The second petition. Councillor Collins, would you like to speak to this one?
I've got a petition requesting that the speed limit along Shute Harbour Road be reduced from 100 to 80 kilometres per hour. I'll just read the opening paragraph. We, the residents of Shute Harbour Road between Gregory, Cannon Valley Road and Plummoke Road, respectfully urge Whitsunday Regional Council to support our request to address the serious safety concerns caused by excessive speed along this section of land. So obviously, over the years, the area has grown and developed, increased traffic on Shute Harbour Road. The main route between Phosphate and Alley Beach has become significantly heavier. And over the past few years, accessing our homes from Shute Harbour Road has become increasingly dangerous. Residents have experienced regular near misses, some with potentially disastrous consequences. Many drivers respond aggressively or impatiently when we slow down to turn into our driveways, leaving with being rear-ended. These risks also extend to families, friends and workers who regularly face the same hazardous conditions when visiting or working at our properties. So there's a bit further there to it, but I'll give it to the CEO and the council can look into supporting their requests.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. I'm happy to second the petition. Councillor Finlay, you want to ask?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, probably a question through to the Director of Engineering. So both of these matters are to do with speed limits. So, Director, if you can just explain how that actually works, because if I understand there's a advisory committee or something like that. And one's a state road and or both state roads. No, one's state, one's council.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for your question, Councillor Finlay. Yeah, so the process is that we have a speed review committee or a speed management committee, which made up of Transport Domain Roads representative, a QPS, Queensland Police Service representative, and a council representative. For a local road under council's control, an initial assessment is undertaken by a suitably qualified member of council staff, with a recommendation then following a standard process on what the speed should be for that section. That's reviewed by the Speed Management Committee, and if supported, it effectively then becomes law. New signage is put up. With the State Road Network, generally TMR will undertake a speed review themselves, and they've got a fairly detailed process, internal process. They'll submit a copy of their review to council for feedback. We do from time to time query the advices, so it's done at officer level, and again QPS are involved. So they effectively tell us what the outcome of their initial review is. We give feedback, and then TMR will make a determination, taking on board the feedback. So it's sort of exactly the same process. So Speed Management Committee, but in one instance council does a review and then takes it to committee. In the other instance, the TMR officers do the review and brings it to the committee. In one instance, the council, supported by the Speed Management Committee, makes a decision in relation to TMR. It's a little bit different for the State Road Network, but essentially the same process.
Sorry, Director Gary, just a point of clarity. Are there any, outside of QPS, Council, TMR, are there any community members part of that group?
thank you for your question, Mr. Mayor. No, the Speed Management Committee under the Roads Act, sorry for not actually having the specific clauses under the Act, it only is required to contain members of QPS, TMR and Council. That process.
Thank you. Just one question of clarity between the state roads and the council roads. It still are on that committee, but it does ultimately come down to TMR still to set the road limits. But it's still their final decision, or it does come down to council? I know it comes from their website.
Through Mr. Mayor, thank you for your question, Councillor Bowman. I'd have to take that on notice and actually go and give you the specific clauses out of legislation. From my understanding, it's generally speaking, if council wishes has an appropriately undertaken a speed review and the documentation is there and it supports an adjustment to speed, generally the committee is supportive, and similarly we might have questions in relation to a speed review, and often it's just technicalities around the length of the zones between entrances and the like. So again, it's a fairly detailed checklist. I haven't done one for about 8 years myself, so but the process is reasonably robust. At the end of the day, though, if I don't believe that if council had a very strong position and the appropriate review had been undertaken, we'd be successful in having the assessed speed implemented on the local road. But ultimately, TMR do have powers under the legislation to detail everything.
Any further? Councillor
Ask
Simpson?
a question, Mr. Mayor, CEO. I know we're not supposed to be debating petitions, but if allowed, I'd like to comment on some of the recent changes to speeds around the area.
Comment,
Oh,
yeah.
well, just to back up Director Gary, like recently Sugarloaf Road's had changes, 60 and 70 k's, which is a council road, and Gregory Cannon Valley has had a speed reduction to 90 k's, and it's a state-controlled road. So there's a few things happening. I think it's just growing pains for the region with sort of lots more traffic accidents and speeding. We haven't coped very well. So I think it's important that these petitions come to us and we act accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Okay, nothing further on this one. The motion, the petition regarding the request to update Shute Harbour Road conditions be received and referred to the CEO to determine appropriate action. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving to the next item, which is item number 9 on agenda, questions from the public gallery. Mr. CEO, I believe we have a public question received for the meeting.
There we have received a question from Judy Cooper. She's asked that she was unable to be here today, so I will read the question that's been presented. So, will Whitsunday Regional Council reconsider whether the location in Early Beach, where Luke Brian Gilbert lost his life, can be recognised as a culturally significant site or event under section 1.8 of Council's memorials in Council's parks, gardens, open spaces, road reserve policy, COMMM 20, and therefore whether approval of a modest permanent memorial for Luke at that location is important to the Whitsunday community. We received a range of additional information which we'll consider as part of that process, so we'll take the question on notice and basically move through that process.
Okay, we'll move to item number 10, which is our committee's reports. 10.1, which is the 19th of May 2026, the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting minutes. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Finlay. Would anyone like a discussion or question on that one? Councillor Bowen?
Quick one, I think I sent an email through yesterday, just Councillor Finlay stepped out and Councillor Wright came in under proxy. I just did email Janelle yesterday. That's on page number maybe. Just one of you need to be mentioned, but page 54, because Councillor Finlay left the meeting 11:31, just wondering if a note should be added. As Councillor Michelle and I there as observers, I didn't know if that added to the accuracy that it moved on to five votes after that.
You want to speak to that all, Mr. CEO or Director of Corporate Services?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we'll look at updating the minutes to reflect the accuracy. We can put a note in those. Thank you.
Okay, the motion that council receive and notes the confirmed minutes of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting attached at 10.1.1 held on the 19th of May 2026. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, we'll move into our officers' reports. Agenda item 11, starting with 11.1, which is the first of our development applications. This one is for a development application, a development permit for material change of use functions facility at Mount Whitsunday Drive, Airlie Beach for Jumbo Properties. Move Councillor Clifford, and I will second this one. Director Toomey, would you like to speak to the item, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So first application to take you through this morning is an application for function facility marquee on Mount Whitsunday Drive. Just to quickly show where the site is, it's about halfway up Mount Whitsunday Drive, which is a private roadway. The proposal is in what is referred to as stage 2 of the site. You can see on the plan there is a completed stage 1, which is an operational food and drink outlet and associated access and parking areas, and on the left-hand side, a villa. At the rear of the site, you can see the location of the proposed marquee. With what we're looking at is a function facility, weddings, birthdays, corporate functions, with a maximum number of guests at 350 persons with 25 staff up to that level, so it's putting a cap at that level. Just some more plans and information about the operational information that's come forward in the application. Importantly, out of that, the marquee is to cease use at 10 o'clock with all guests to go into the food and drink outlet, and importantly, the function facility is to finish operations by midnight. A few key issues just to quickly step through here. So it is a low medium density residential zone, so the question is it appropriate with the character and amenity of that area to have a function facility? We can see there and in the report there's a detailed assessment of those matters. Other key matters that we've had to step through is obviously the noise from a function facility and the key sensitive receptors around it. So that's again been broken down in detail in the report, and we received a very detailed noise assessment. One of the key matters there is that there are units that are used in conjunction with Elementa at the moment that are sensitive receptors. To ensure that they're not separately dealt with and sold away from Elementa, a deed has been executed which ties those two properties together so that they can't be separately sold. So that's how that issue has been dealt with. Again, just more information on the operational controls around the noise there, and it's also in detail in the report. The other key matter is the parking and guest management. So how is the arrivals and departures of guests going to be managed on site? We can see that there is an existing amount of car parking provided on site. The marquee in its own right requires 19 spaces. To deal with the fact of having the food and drink outlet and the function facility on the property, the operational control is that the food and drink outlet will not be open when functions are on. So those existing car parking spaces become available for guests for staff and for operations to use. And importantly, it's an internal area for taxis and rideshare to do pickups and drop-offs. For larger areas, there is an indented parking area within the private roadway, and that will be used for buses to pick up and drop off. So the second matter on there is just more information, just showing the plan on how guests will come and go to those areas. So we have had an RPEQ engineer look at this and make sure that it is a safe arrangement that is put in place, and we've had that certification. So in summary, there are some key issues that we have had to step through, and importantly, they've all been dealt with by detailed reporting that's been provided to support the application, a detailed operational management plan, and detailed conditions which will control the way in which the business will operate on the property. So with all those things put together, it is our recommendation for approval, subject to conditions. Happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
That's right.
Thank you, through the Mayor. So that's just, we've had a few questions regarding the during cyclone season and what happens with the marquee.
Yep.
Does the frame stay up, and or what is the marquee actually made of? Is there anything that's left there, like bolted to the ground or anything like that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wright. So we have sought clarification on the marquee. So there are built form components of it, being the toilets and back of house areas within it that are final, sort of, much like the building we're in now. The marquee structure itself that sort of comes out from that component that makes probably 2/3 of what we call the marquee is able to be basically packed down should there be severe weather. It's not that it's, as I've said before, taking down a tent. It will take a little bit longer and there's a bit more involved, but it can be packed down should there be severe weather.
Thank you, Matthew. Could you just, with regards to the transport arrangements, can you just, for an event for around 200 people, say, I think 350 is the capacity, but for those bigger events, can you just explain in practical terms how that transport arrangement will work?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. So with the operations for an event over 150 persons, there's conditions on there that the buses need to be made available for the guests to use. So that's not an optional thing that they can choose to use buses. We put that in as a condition that it must be made available for all events. So it will have the pickup rideshare option as well for people to arrive via Ubers or taxis, and they can pull into the site and pick up and drop off. But there will also be the requirement to have those buses available to bring the groups in whether it's a 32-seater or 52-seater. We've checked to make sure that up to a 52-seater bus can actually make the safe vehicle movements up and down Mount Whitsunday Drive. So they will basically drop the guests to the front door, and at when the event finishes, be it 10 o'clock or midnight when the guests are departing, that bus will again pick up at the front door and to take those groups away. It is a similar arrangement to Villa Botanica, where it's a function facility for weddings and other events. And the way that operates is that the buses do the pickups and drop-offs to that event, which controls the fact that there is not the sporadic arrival of guests and also the sporadic arrival of private vehicles.
It's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's probably two parts of this I think have been touched on is the vehicles. We know it works in other places. I did look at the engineering. I may be somewhat concerned with the 2-metre set down area and a bus trying to pull off to the side and passengers being able to get out the left hand side and have access there. I hope that would be part of their landscape planning. Probably also just from the engineering turning things, how 2 buses can pass each other on the other sections of the road. Enough ones in the indent they can get by. I know there'll be a certain level of coordination. I just like to be sure that that coordination is in place, that we're not stuck with buses that are wider. The other thing for me is probably the noise, the development that's going on around the area. I was happy to see the condition in there that they must supply a noise validation report. So I think once it's established and set up, the fact that they are required to have somebody come in and check those dB levels would hopefully give them somewhere to set on the PA that this is our maximum at these times. So I think there's a fairly substantial list of compliance things that have to go through if there are any noise reports that come in. So I would hope there'll be a balance. We know it's been operating as a venue already for some time, so they're probably used to that, but we do know that the development is going on in the area. So in general, I support us having it. We do lack venues of this capacity within the region, and I support it under proper management.
You had a couple of questions in there, Councillor Owen. Did you want them answered by the director?
I'd be happy for them to take them on notice. This obviously still goes through the things here, but I don't expect answers.
You want to comment at all, Councillor Clifford?
Just to follow on from Councillor Bowman, we are short of large venues for events, which I think is affecting the viability of a lot of businesses in town and in the region. So, providing they behave themselves, I'm very supportive.
I'll echo that and am supportive of the application. We know we're a leading destination for things like weddings and events, and echo the comments that we don't really have the sufficient facilities in the region at the moment. So I think there's definitely an opportunity in the market for wedding venues, conference events, corporate functions and destination facilities. You know, and I think probably the other side of it too, although they're obviously looking at how they manage it on site, there is a broader economic opportunity there for the surrounding region, you know, engaging bus companies, catering companies, that sort of type thing. So I think there's some positive economic outcomes there. And yeah, look, I think echo Councillor Clifford's sentiments, that provided we've got those safeguards around, in place around noise, transport and that surrounding amenity, I think it can be really positive for the region.
Absolutely.
One little follow on in my list is just that the kitchen's built fine with the toilets, but there appears to be an air conditioning unit on the wall which is straight under one of these. So I know they're tied to it and they're expected to be things, but we all know kitchen staff work long days and that the air conditioning unit will be humming away for most of that day. So probably in the detailed design, just question how we look at that amenity of that unit, even though those people are going to the event that night, they might begin to sleep in the morning while kitchen staff are at work.
It's all cool. I live up a very steep hill and the noise travels up. So if somebody guys have to put something in their rubbish bin downstairs, I hear it all. So you can't help science, and that's what it is. The noise travels up the hill.
Anything further? Put the floor. Okay, the motion that council approve the development application for material change of use for a function facility marquee made by Jumbo Properties, as per the details listed in the report at 18 Mount Whitsunday Drive, subject to conditions outlined per attached. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving to 11.2, which is a development application, development permit, reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 4 at 96 Africando Road, Bowen. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Simpson. Matthew, would you like to speak to this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll just grab the PowerPoint up on screen there. So we have a rural residential subdivision in Africando Road, Bowen. Just looking there where we are, halfway down Africando Road. Again, just looking at the rural residential setting which the proposal sits within. So the proposal is to subdivide the land. The lot size makeup is just below 4,500 square metres, up to the balance at the back being 2.4 hectares. All lots will have a shared access arrangement to Africando Road. We can see there is a Q100 flood easement identified on the plan there. There are various waterways that intersect the site. And the engineering work has been done to identify those hazard areas to ensure they go under an easement. Key matters very quickly, this is a proposal that proposes more than one rear lot, so there is a conflict in the reconfiguration of a lot code. Notwithstanding that, we see it as a very reasonable layout for rural residential development with no genuine planning issues that would be caused by it. There is sufficient area on proposed lot 2 to have a future residence and supporting ancillary structures, notwithstanding the flood easements that do cut through the site, and including the effluent disposal areas that is obviously of interest to council, which we check through these applications. So very quickly in summary, no genuine conflicts of any significance to the application, and we're happy to recommend approval subject to conditions. Happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
No, just supportive of it.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Probably first up is just that the majority of this lot is under regulated vegetation, category C, high value regrowth, and it's not been mentioned in the report at all. It is mentioned in the next development application, so I'd just like to ensure that these overlays are there. There is the biodiversity one that also mentions of 2 stream water, 1 creeks that are there within these easements. When we're dealing with regulated vegetation, the officers say they feel that vegetation will be protected by those easements. Are you happy with the very limited vegetation and landscaping conditions in there, that they do give some level of protection? And while I'm up, I'll just raised the point about the 620 square metres of building footprint for a house and effluent on one of those lots. I mean, we know in this area there's other 5,000 square metre lots in close proximity, so I see smaller lots working within this area, but you know, when we get down to something that has significant flood overlay and only a 620 square metre footprint within a rural res area, we find that suitable against our conditions.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bowman. So to answer your second point first, we definitely have checked to make sure that we can fit a reasonable sized dwelling and supporting effluent disposal systems on that site. With every application we get for res development, we ask for the on-site effluent reports to be submitted to demonstrate that those systems can fit. They obviously have setbacks from Q100 areas and property boundaries they need to fit within. And then from there, we're able to determine how much land is left to actually fit a dwelling itself. I take your point that it is small in comparison to other areas for residential development, but it is not impossible for a decent sized house to be sited within that area, with the balance of the land obviously under easement to form part of the buffering to the surrounding properties within it. So you'll get a concentration of the dwellings and structures outside of the easement, and the balance of the land under easement basically left in its natural state as it is. Turning to your first question about the Category C vegetation. So we had a natural features report submitted by the proponent with this to give a desktop assessment of what is the natural features of the land. That was reviewed by our technical environment officers, as we do with all those environment reports. The key matter out of that review from the environment officers was more the Category R vegetation, which is the vegetation along the creeks. That was where their focus on what the true impacts could be from the development. They were comfortable that an easement provides enough protection to what is not, a significant environmental sort of stream waters. There is very spotty, sparse vegetation in that area, so they were comfortable that an easement will provide a reasonable level of protection, and we didn't need to go to the effort of putting an environmental covenant on top of the easement to get that protection.
Okay, thanks, mate. Fully support this application. To me, it's just like a bit of an infill application, and the more rural lots we have around the Bowen area, and for housing population growth is fantastic. So just one little question regarding the water supply. So my understanding is that water coming off Africana Road, and a lot of residents are connected to it. So is it proposed that these lots will have a pipe running up the road easement and servicing those lots? And just how does that actually work?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Finlay. So we've sought advice from Whitsunday Water. Because it is a rural residential zone, the zone actually doesn't say that all land in the rural res zone must be connected to urban infrastructure. But notwithstanding the fact that it is a rural residential area with reticulated water in it, we sought the comment from Whitsunday Water if it was their requirement that every development that happens in this area must be connected to reticulated water. Their comment back to the planning team was no. It is basically the discretion of the developer if they want to or not. So we took it to the developer and said, do you want to connect to water or not? Their response back to us was no. So we've gone with that. At any point in the future, they can apply to Whitsunday Water to make connections. And there's a process in which they go through to give what's called an out-of-area water connection approval. And that's the first thing that they have to do. Because it's not in our declared water service areas, they need to first of all give that approval to increase the connections. So that was the advice that we received back from that team.
So if the owner of the furthest lot back wanted to put water on, he would have to sort of privately negotiate with the other two land lot owners if he wanted to get a contribution from them to service their lots. It'd be a private civil matter.
Yes, that's correct. They'd have to make sure that the terms of the easement adequately deal with it, and if there was any other financial contributions that were sought, to deal with that in a civil capacity.
Thank you, through the mayor. So, Matt, the road that or the easement that they're going to create, is that going to be a council maintained road after that, or it will always be an easement? And also, I guess just with the rubbish truck and that sort of thing, they can easily go down that road and turn around? Is that how it works?
So thank you for the question, Councillor. Right, so the access easement will always be private, so it's only 5.5 metre wide seal, so it's not up to the size of a road reserve that you would take as councils. Refuse collection will happen out the front at Africander Road, so they will take the bins out to the front. The refuse collection will happen out the front. It won't be that the garbage truck is driving up and back out of that easement.
Anything further? Okay, the motion that council approve the development application, development permit, reconfiguration of the lot 1 into 4, an access easement located at 96 Africander Road, Bowen, subject to conditions as attached. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.3, development application, development permit, reconfiguring of a lot 1 into 5, an access easement at 97 Ecker Road, Preston. Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Wright. Would you like to speak to this one, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's grab another PowerPoint up on the screen. So we have a 1 into 5 rural residential subdivision, Ecker Road, Preston. The land is shown up on the screen, shown there in amongst a series of rural residential zone properties along Ecker Road. Proposal plan we can see here is for lots from 4,000 up to just over 5,000 square metres, accessed again via a private access easement. Lots 1 and 2 will maintain the existing structures. Key matters, again, we've got more than one rear lot, so we do have the conflict, but again, as we've just seen with Africander Road, there's no genuine planning restriction to this proposal going forward in that sense. All lots have got suitable building areas for future structures and on-site effluent disposal areas. There were 17 properly made submissions made against this application, which is worth noting. We can see there the list of dot points that the submissions put forward. They've been dealt with in detail in the officer's report as well. Key matters for this application, the first one is the standard of Ecker Road. So we can see that we've got some vehicle counts from 2024, which we've been able to determine how much the additional increase in this development will happen on Ecker Road. We can see up on the screen there at about the point of the cane line, Ecker Road goes to an unsealed roadway. Because of the number of vehicle movements and the additional vehicle movements from this development, it does trigger that portion of Ecker Road going to a sealed road. So there are conditions of approval within the recommendation for the road to be upgraded to that required standard. The second key matter, and this came from the submissions, raising concerns with the intersection at Ecker Road, Shute Harbour Road. The application was not required to be referred to DTMR, SARA, because of its distance from that intersection, and also the number of lots was below what would trigger you to be automatically referred. Notwithstanding that, because of the submissions, council sought TMR's comment. TMR came back with the comment on the screen that ideally that intersection would be what's called a BAL-BAR, where you've got enough room to basically get around a car turning. However, their comment to us was that the change in risk to that intersection from this development is incredibly marginal. We then sought to have that information peer reviewed by an independent traffic consultant who confirmed the view that the marginal increase does not warrant any changes to that intersection occurring. So we've sought to validate the comments about the concerns, from the submissions about the perceived risk at that intersection. So in summary, we can see up there a list of matters have been unpacked through this application, and following it is our recommendation to approve subject to conditions. Happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Simpson. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Matt, I really struggle with this. I support I realise it's rural res and there's not much we can do about it, but there's 11 other properties there that potentially be another 50 or 60 lots, and it's not really a blind corner, but it's on the edge of a ridge. There's a tram line there, and we've just had petitions regarding speed limits. Like, as everyone knows around the table, Shute Harbour Road's just banked up at school times and business hours, and to me it's a recipe for disaster.
and we don't have a leg to stand on, like, because of the conditions and the code accessible sort of, apart from the rear lot, that we can't really refuse it. But I just really struggle with the TMR ruling on this. As everyone knows, someone needs to turn right into there, they've got to stop in the middle of the road, and yeah, I'll struggle. I'm not sure which way to go with this one, but yeah, I really struggle.
Support of clarity hasn't been to TMR, has it?
We sought what was called third-party advice from TMR, which is where we got what their ideal scenario for that intersection would be, but also got their comment that in the context of this application, the change is marginal and minor. And then we sought to validate that comment from an independent transport engineer, which we also have got that comment back as well. So that's what's formed our recommendation to council on this matter.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I understand the concern with Shute Harbour Road. We've said there's sort of triggers there, but I agree with Councillor Simpson on that. The thing I don't agree with is that we don't have a leg to stand on. Very different from the other two applications before us today. This one is in an entire area and a row of about 2 hectare lots. Just because 4,000 square metres is our minimum size doesn't just be a green light. There is an assessment process to go through. We know this fails on a performance outcome for the rear lots, and within our overall outcomes, there is lots are compatible with the prevailing character and density surrounding development. Now that's not this. We know up in Bowen there was 5,000s there. We know coming up straight across the road there's more lots. This is very different. This is starting 4,000s in one street that is entirely 2 hectare lots. I don't believe it meets that overall outcome. I think this is very different. This is not about plan density. This is not about minimum lot size. This is about prevailing character and density. The prevailing character and density for me of Ecker Road is 2 hectare lots. Now I think as we move forward and we look at rural residential subdivisions, and get an understanding of what roads, networks and facilities we have to service that density increase, that might give me more information. For me, looking at the planning scheme, I say this density of putting 4,000 square metre lots on a small road in amongst an established character that people obviously enjoy by the number of submissions isn't supported by the planning scheme. I won't be supporting this application.
Manager Toomey, just the 17 applications, can you just talk to that exactly? Are they neighbouring residents, as far as the detail? And then I guess my secondary questions, based on what's provided here, that we're getting up to the threshold for Ecker Road if we approve this, and looking at what's there, I think we could expect somebody else to come in next week with another application, and from what I'm reading, that basically would require the road to be upgraded. So, and I think just also around could you just explain around the visibility coming into Shute Harbour Road? I think that's something that raised some concern for me as far as those lines of sight that they currently don't meet the Australian standards. So yeah, if you could just articulate those for us would be great.
Thank you for the questions, Mr. Mayor. So on the submissions, it was largely from residents adjoining the area that did come forward. There were some other submissions from residents outside Ecker Road, but the predominant mix was residents around the Ecker Road area. With the threshold for 150 vehicle movements per day that's been put into the report, yes, if there's additional subdivisions that do occur along there, I think we're up to 139 with this development. We're likely to then push over, and that will see the balance of the initial section from Shute Harbour Road, the sealed section, required to be upgraded as well. So we're right at that point, based on the engineering advice from our engineering team, on the line for the existing sealed section to also be upgraded. With the visibility, yes, TMR did provide us information on the site distances that are required, and acknowledged that in the section as you're looking back towards Proserpine, that it does not meet site distance requirements. So they also then had a look at the vehicle crash history of that intersection. There had been crashes in that area, but not actually at Ecker Road. They'd been further down. and that formed part of their advice that they provided back to council. That again, it was not a decision or a ruling, so to speak. Council could only go and seek advice from the agency in this matter.
Okay, further comment or question? That's right.
Yeah, through the Mayor, just, I guess following on from your question, Mr Mayor, if it doesn't meet the line of sight, why are we sort of approving this, I suppose? Like that is, safety is probably the biggest thing that we should be focusing on here. Yeah, just your thoughts around that?
So look, we based this on the technical engineering advice. Obviously, I'm not a qualified traffic engineer, so we need to seek the advice of those that are, and in this case, that's what we've done. And the way they've approached it is, what is the risk change from this development on that intersection? And does it happen at a threshold that requires either upgrades or obviously refusal of the application that is reasonable and relevant to what's been applied for? So that's the basis in which that advice has been provided to council. Being the technical, qualifications to be able to provide that advice, that is what's formed part of our recommendation through to council. It was very important that for a proposal like this and the concerns that have been raised, that we did seek that qualified advice before we performed the recommendation.
So do we have a plan for Echo Road as far as, I'm just trying, I know we're assessing this development application, but I'm just trying to understand what that cumulative impact is going to be, because I'm concerned that we're just going to go straight into a situation where we either need to look at upgrading the road or we need to work with the next applicant to do so. So is there anything in our forward program to talk to that, or do we? What's our future for Echo Road?
I can't speak to anything specific for Echo Road itself. The only comment I can make is that council is doing a wider rural residential strategy in which these various areas will need to be considered by council for where the additional rural residential concentration is appropriate and the areas where it's not.
Yeah, just to help Mr Mayor, so at this stage, our forward planning for changes in the network over time. So you've got the development control manual, which specifies how clean condition developments as traffic increases. So in this case, Echo Road's on the cusp, but if the next development tips it over the edge, and obviously that development will be required to go and improve. In this instance, you've got some additional bitumen going down. A future development up there may result in the first section of the road having to be constructed to a bitumen seal to the width required by the functionality of the road based on the traffic volumes under the planning scheme and the development control manual. So, but there's no specific plan for Echo Road as such, because theoretically, as development happens, they should be paying their way. And at some point, if we hit a requirement for an intersection upgrade, it'll be a negotiation with Main Roads and council and the developers in relation to who pays. More broadly, we've currently got a review of our road register. That road register will identify changes in the functionality required by different roads in the network as growth has occurred. Our current LGIP, the 2021 LGIP, I believe, recognises a whole range of changes over time, which has been a lot of work undertaken to improve the functionality of a road, such that the actual width and the performance of the road matches its functionality under our road hierarchy. So there's a bit of work to do in that space, but the simple answer for Echo is that at the moment there's no plans for any upgrade in the immediate future funded by council.
Yeah, look, this doesn't make any sense to me. I think it's to approve one subdivision, but basically saying you're the only person that can do it, because the next one's going to have to upgrade the whole road, which to me doesn't support the amenity of the area that it's in at all. So, Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and that's my thoughts exactly. Why should the next guy have to pick up the whole tab? But I'm also, until those intersections are upgraded, I'm not happy about any more traffic coming out onto Shute Harbour Road. It is a nightmare, as you all know. Thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Finlay? Yeah.
It's been valid conversations and discussions on this one. How do we predict the future? And how do we combat that, I guess? And how do we condition for that? Is what I'm saying. So this was the only subdivision there, there's really no issue. It's the ongoing ones that could possibly, take the point. So is there a way of conditioning this with a contribution to the road from the Shoot Harbour up to there? I know they're doing the seal of the 600 metres or whatever it is, but is there also a way of conditioning up with a contribution towards that first part of the road? Because my understanding of it was if you had a series of applicants who all want to be part of an upgraded road, they'd all have to contribute.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Finlay. So as far as additional financial contributions outside of the LGIP that we already require through development approvals, we're not able to condition for financial contributions. The only option that Council has is to condition that upgrade on the developer, and then the option is for them to come back and negotiate an infrastructure agreement with the Council. And that's something that Council has considered on other matters, but it's led by the fact that those conditions are imposed on the development that then requires the developer to come back and negotiate with Council an appropriate compensation figure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is to direct this at Matt or Director Gary. What's the trigger for a road upgrade? Is it 100 vehicle movements per day or 200? Where, like what the Mayor said before, if we pass this and then it reaches that trigger point, the next person could be up for $1 million for a road upgrade.
So thank you for the question. It is a very good question. So the Development Control Manual has the road hierarchy tip over at 100 vehicle movements per day. But with advice from Council's Engineering Department, we've been able to look at 150 vehicle movements per day. I believe it's based on the Lower Order Road IPWA road standard, which is also a document that you can have regard to with road engineering. So yes, by the Development Control Manual, the 6 metre sealed roadway is required over 100 vehicle movements per day. But as is the case with many number of rural and rural residential roads, even that are sealed in the region, our previous standard was only for them to be at a 4 metre seal. So you will find most of the roads that aren't sort of the higher order, Sugarloaf roads and the like, they're actually only a 4 metre edge to edge seal with the required grass verges so that vehicles can pass around each other. And they're very, very common throughout the region.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment to this motion to include a suggested infrastructure agreement towards the contribution of the road from this to the Shoot Harbour Road, please.
Yeah, so I think what we need to do is we need to actually put what the condition is, and we can put an out clause or alternative agreed infrastructure agreement, and that would enable us to actually do that negotiation.
So you're saying to actually condition the upgrade of the road and then allow you to do an infrastructure agreement to contribute to it.
Yes, I think you would condition that, and you may even give the out in the condition that says or appropriate infrastructure agreement if you wish that.
Councillor Clifford?
Mr Mayor, I don't think that can be done like now. So I would like to table it pending a draft of the infrastructure agreement to come forward.
No, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, happy for it to be tabled in the sense to provide officers time to provide the conditions, the additional conditions for the existing sealed section of the road to be upgraded to the required Development Control Manual standard, and we can then have that inserted as proposed by Councillor Finlay. I would suggest that the matter about the infrastructure agreement is outside of the decision in itself on the development application, and to basically be Council's decision that we're happy to investigate an infrastructure agreement or the like. That front loads that process of officers already having to come to this table and ask for that permission anyway if we were to do so.
Councillor Rock?
Thank you. Just a question, Mr Mayor. How can we, because I think you were saying before, Matt, like how can we like start up an infrastructure agreement if the condition hasn't been imposed by TMR, I suppose? How does that work?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. In this matter, we're just talking about the road under Council's control, Eka Road. So it's from the point of the intersection where it's under Council's control all the way through to where it goes to dirt and having that upgraded to the 6 metre standard.
So I guess that still doesn't really, that probably helps one matter, but it doesn't, the bigger picture is probably Shute Harbour Road intersection, I would assume. And
The question would be, would a road upgrade to Shute Harbour Road trigger an intersection upgrade as well?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, that is the key question here, and one that we did seek advice on is, does Council have any legal power to actually condition upgrades on Shute Harbour Road? It is not a matter which appears has ever been taken to court to be ruled on, but the advice that we've received is ordinarily no. And the way in which you would try to approach it to achieve an outcome is to have the parties, TMR, the developer and council, enter into an infrastructure agreement to get that outcome. That is the way in which you can manoeuvre around those things. If all parties that are subject to it enter into an infrastructure agreement, then you can go forward to get those outcomes. But an infrastructure agreement is obviously voluntary on all three sides entering it. It can't be mandated.
just following on from that, Mr. Mayor, yeah, like I guess Shute Harbour Road, and yeah, I noticed a lot of the other developments that we've seen, and there's always sort of toing and froing as to which way we're going to go, because it is so busy and it's becoming very busy. We know it's a growing area, and it's probably more prominent with the petition that's also come forward today. But I would really like to see, and I'm happy with the development to go ahead, but I do think that particular area does need to slow down, particularly if there's no line of sight. Yeah, I just think we probably need to go a bit harder on Department of Transport to try to do something to make it safer, because we can't control the conditions that TMR impose on this developer or any future developers, but yeah, all we can do is try to make it safer for people right now.
A couple of different things going on here. I'm supportive of the motion to table the matter. Are you happy to move that, Councillor Clifford?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So procedural motion to table the matter. So the motion, the item be tabled pending a draft set of conditions to be provided. Are you happy with that, Matt?
Draft set of conditions for the existing sealed section of the roadway, yes, Mr Mayor.
So I put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 5-2. Okay. Keep moving. All right, item 11.4, development application, development permit, reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 3 and access easements 317 and 319 Sugarloaf Road, Sugarloaf, also known as Fiddler's Green, Whitsunday. Move Councillor Simpson. Second Councillor Wright. Would you take this one?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Keeping the theme of rural residential subdivisions going, we've got a 2 into 3 on Sugarloaf Road. Just having a look here, the reason that it's a 2 into 3 is that we've got a rural block of land behind that we can see there, and there's a shared access easement that is going to be over that land that will access the rural residential land. We'll be able to see. So we can see here the different zonings of the two properties. And on the plan here, we can see in red the proposed shared access easement that is within the rural block of land that is providing access to the blue dotted area, which is the proposed subdivision of the rural residential land. Lot sizes, 4,000 square metres, with the largest just over 4,153 square metres. Key matters again, we've got more than one rear lot, so we do have that conflict in the reconfiguration of lot code. Again, no genuine planning conflicts in there that warrant refusal of it. And as we've mentioned, although there is rural land subject to the application, that rural block of land is not being subdivided by this proposal. So in a short summary, all the normal matters for rural residential development have been unpacked and are provided in the officer's reports. and we're happy to recommend approval subject to conditions. Happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
Questions from the floor? Anyone like to speak to it? Councillor Barney?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Again, I think this is separate from the last one. There are other battle axe blocks, lots this size that have been cut up. Admittedly, they haven't gone down to this size or multiple rear lots. I also see benefit here in the shared driveway access. Obviously, the rural lot's getting the benefit of a better driveway. Multiple lots can be serviced rather than 3 separate driveways running right next to each other. I know where we grew up on acreage, we lived amongst 3 battle axe blocks. We all put together and got 1 concrete driveway to share. Made sense on the homeowners, makes sense on the land use, as long as you can get agreement between different property owners. Again, for me, the amenity is quite different here. This is on the outlying edge and in the back corner up against a large rural lot. And I see it as a reasonable infill development. The question is, are we benefited by the multiple rear lots? I would look forward to being steered better by a rural residential strategy that tells us whether putting 4,000 square metres out the back of Sugarloaf is appropriate rural res size.
Anyone else like to speak to the matter at all? Solution up there, please. Okay, the motion that council approve the application for development permit reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 3 lots and access easement made by Fiddler's Green Whitsundays at 317 Sugarloaf Road, Sugarloaf, and 319 Sugarloaf Road, Sugarloaf, subject to the conditions as attached. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.5, requests for QDC sitting variation for dwelling house, front boundary setback and site cover 30 Ridgeview Road, Cannonvale. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Simpson. Would you like to speak to this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not an ordinary application to bring forward by any means, being a siting variation, but what we do have here is one for both front and site cover relaxations that are being sought for a property on Ridgeview Road, Cannonvale. We can see here, shown in red, the subject property. The lot size is 615 square metres. The proposal that can be seen there on the aerial image is to provide an extension at the front of the property for a walk-in road, which will be 1.6 metres from the front boundary. The addition to the property is just over 13 square metres to be made of masonry blockwork with colour-bond roof. And the elevation plans are shown there on the right. It's the second elevation plan that basically shows you the encroachment forward from the existing building line. Being a siting variation, we're assessing it under the Queensland Development Code, not Council's planning scheme. That's an important distinction here. Council is a referral agency from the building certifier, and Council's asked for basically its approval or refusal to coming forward from the required 6 metre front setback and also going over the required 50% site cover of a property. So what Council's required to look at here with these siting variations, importantly, is it consistent with the setbacks of neighbouring properties and ones sort of in the general area. So that's what's formed part of Council's assessment here, is to work out what is the sort of building setback line. What we can see there on the plan is that it's probably about 4.3 metres, so these properties were already approved when they were built with a setback already in front of the 6 metres, and this proposal is, proposing to bring it forward another 2.7 metres. Again, from the site cover perspective, very briefly, it's removing the opportunity for that front landscaping in that portion of the house as well. The addition is generally sort of an ad hoc projection into the front setback, being a sort of bolt-on, room extension to the property. So because we've had a look at the performance solutions of the Queensland Development Code that dictate what Council must have regard to when we're doing these assessments, and the fact that we've had a look at the adjoining setbacks of the area, and we do not see this being consistent with those, is our recommendation that it doesn't comply with the QDC, and our recommendation is for refusal. Happy to take questions, Mr. Mayor.
speak to the matter?
I'll probably ask a question first if I can. Thanks, mate. Trying to make out this floor plan here and also the other 46 square metre addition, but this is already a 4-bedroom house with an ensuite walk-in wardrobe and an extra carport and another addition out the back. And then they're asking to go through a reduced setback already out towards the street to add a larger walk-in wardrobe. So for me, Mr. Mayor, I think we have a reduced setback there already in an area of Cantervale without a footpath in front of it at present, although one stops down the street away. I can't support the actual front elevation. I think even in the renderings here it's showing very much as a lean-to sort of attached on outside of that. I probably wouldn't support it anywhere, but it's in a relatively high visibility area when it's at the T intersection of Country Drive. For me, maybe they hadn't built over so much more of the land, there might be an option for them. There's a number of bedrooms around, if more walk-in wardrobe space is their priority, but encroaching in the already reduced front setbacks not something I'd support.
I'm supporting the officer's recommendation, but just a question, Matt, and I think this probably relates to the other existing structure. Is this a sort of a pathway in disguise to effectively get an approval for what is there that hasn't been approved already, if it was to be approved? So.
Look, thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. In our investigations with this application, we did determine that there is an extension to the property that we can't find building approval for. So that is not part of this application. So it wouldn't basically give a backdoor way of trying to get approval for it. But it is an interesting point there that obviously, with getting a builder and a building certifier engaged for this, that wouldn't be unheard of for that to also get sort of lumped in as we go through that process.
That's right.
Thank you, through the meeting. I don't think this is a major problem, even if it is a bit ugly looking. Look, I said previously, like they could put a fence up and and it would be no different. You wouldn't even see it. But I just think some things are worth sort of fighting over. This isn't one of those things. So I'm happy. I'll probably go against the recommendation. Sorry.
I'd also like to speak to the matter. The motion that council refused a request for concurrence agency response for dwelling house front back setback site coverage at 30 Ridgeview Road, Cannonvale. Per the reasons detailed in the report, I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried, 6-1. Moving to item 11.6. Thank you, Matthew. Donation sponsorships and grants approved July 2026. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay. Tamara, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Mayor,
I'll let you talk us through your report.
Thank you. The month of July was we hit the ground running in the community support team, first month of the new financial year, but also our round one for our competitive grant application process commenced with a lot of engagement and a lot of, working with all of the community groups and individuals on the new process and the new policy, and then the expanded realms within those pathways, which is exciting, and they're all very happy to hear. So a lot of positive feedback on the process and expanded realms there, especially for the Young Achievers grant. We've obviously been working a lot to unpack the in-kind support that council provides, and that includes a lot of consultation with our internal and external stakeholders, and just to establish a consistent and transparent process. And that is a work in process that we're continually doing throughout our normal daily work. It's been an amazing month so far. The year's really kicking off for that community support program. So we've seen a great uptake of that Young Achievers program, like I mentioned before, with that expanded nature there. We had 11 applications approved, ranging from both state and national championship competitions, Horseball Australian Cup, and some national school futsal championships as well. Council was pleased to sponsor a number of initiatives and events throughout the region. So the Vietnam Veterans Day, the Bowen Potters Group, and the Fauna Rescue Family Fun Day, the Great Barrier Reef Festival, the Winter Sun Veterans Golf Carnival in Proserpine, the Bacon Busters in Collinsville, and the Whitsunday Trail Fest with the Running Club. Happy to take any questions. It's been a very busy month.
Any questions from the floor? Councillor Finlay.
Yeah, just probably a couple of questions regarding the new policy, I guess, that we did adopt. And we've got some donations here. So, Mayor, can I get the director or the officer here to explain which applications are going through the Smarty Grants application process and which ones are off the cuff type of thing? Like, I presume these donation of fees, and I'm not 100% sure about these donation ones and sponsorships. Are they part of the Smarty Grants thing for 3 rounds, or are they, can you apply anytime?
Through this, man. There is different avenues in each of the pathways, depending on the policy pathway that they apply through. So this is the donations and the sponsorships. There is an avenue to apply for an ad hoc application, so if they're an event or it's an immediate need in the short time frame, and it's on value as well, so it's a lower dollar figure. There's an ad hoc pathway that comes in through the Smarty Grants, and we're assessing those as they come in. There's also a competitive funding round for events in the future, so we're looking to future plan those events and not getting applications in a week before they're due and trying to process them like that. So it has been a change management process, but all applications are through the Smarty Grant portal. So both the donations of council fees, all of the applications are required to come through Smarty Grants. We did do a transfer process there where some applications were received right on that end of June period. We were accepting those in paper, and council has the ability to actually go into Smarty Grants and lodge them. So we're tracking the dollars in the one portal. Smarty Grants is an amazing portal. A lot of councils use it, state government organisations use it. It's a great way to capture all the data for all the various types of applications we're getting as well.
Yeah, just follow on that. So, I know we don't put in our rates donations in our report to council, which I don't have a real problem with that. But are rates donations also part of the Smarty Grants process, or are they separate?
We'll be moving forward, yes. So the rates donation process was prior to the new policy taking place. The ones currently finalising process were on paper-based applications, but in the future they will be required to apply through the Smarty Grants.
And just to confirm, Mr. Mayor, that if an organisation is paying rates and they apply for a donation, then they can still apply for one other associated sponsorship or grant under all the other categories.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
And the fee waivers are not included in that either, Councillor Finlay, so they can have their rates and sponsorship donation and then still apply for fee waivers for other events, yes.
Thank you. Just with the young achievers, and I think I have mentioned this previously, but I noticed there's still a lot of sporting kids that are receiving it, which is great, but obviously we've changed that criteria now to open up to a broader cultural and academic as well. Just wondering that we did write to the schools, and also just with the rates donations as well, did we contact all of the different groups to say that they had to fill in an application?
So the first question, I actually had a bit of a hooray moment out there, and we've just had our first Tournament of the Minds application, so hadn't received any of the academic applications in the first round, but then obviously reaching out and really going through that promotion with the schools. We've just had our first one come through, so I was a little bit chuffed with that. As for the rates, that was actually prior to my time, so I can't sort of comment specifically on that, but I do believe the process was that the organisations were contacted and the extension dates were even pushed out quite a lot further, I believe, Director Paddy, than we would normally allow for. Thank you.
Now, I was going to just bring this up with the matter about the rates donations. I think there's a little bit of confusion and misunderstanding out there within the community. about the process for rates donations. Because go back a couple of years, never had to apply. Obviously, we changed the policy where you had to apply. People, I think some organisations probably not aware they had to. But I know when we discussed it, we did say that this year, as long as you apply during the financial year, you will be considered. So, it's probably a bit of a message to go out to some organisations that haven't applied already, and they just need to get through it. They just need to put their application in and it will be processed. And I think in saying that, if they have received their rate, and this may be a question for the CEO, so if they've already received their rate notice, I would probably anticipate they need to pay that, and then when we process the application after that, then they would get a credit on their rates or whatever that would be.
Yeah, so we have had a number of them already in the delegation. Both myself and a director has the ability to basically write off that rates component. So if they can, as soon as they've got their rates notice and they wish to progress it, please come and talk to us and we'll actually work through the steps either for them to pay it and then us to write it off or the other way around. So we're trying to work with each of the different groups, and as you said, some of them have a little bit of confusion going on. We've been trying to get the message out, and we'll probably try and do a little bit more in terms of media and social media just to make sure that that's aware to all the various groups.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Probably was going to touch on that. I think we know there's been a little bit of confusion, but I've got something about the website in there for you. But what's on the website now is that they still must have applied by March. So I think maybe we could update that. We know they're volunteers that are on top of all their governance and correspondence always, still doing a lot of good work with limited people. So I think we could do better in that messaging and try and transition people to get to something where officers have time to appropriately process this. I'm probably a little bit different than, I don't know whether we should be putting donations on rates and charges as part of this. Probably in my notes for today, I'm down the bottom of page 246 where we've got all the separate tables. For all these years, I don't know what a JC number even is, that it's obviously some account, but whether that needs to be public. But, I look to your table at the bottom that has everything, and I'd wonder, in amongst everything else you have to do, whether we could transition those multiple tables into one spreadsheet that showed us the annual budget, the monthly, what's left, and I'd probably ask, I'll follow up, I'd probably ask to separate sponsorships and in-kind. We're already near 50% of our budget allocation on that. So for me, I just think that might be a way for us to see the information. But I do think it's a significant amount that we do give out in donations against rates and charges. So I'd probably like to see that all laid out in one table with the amount that adds up to. As I said, I'm happy to follow up. It's good to see the variety in the report, and the feedback I've had about Smarty Grants has been really positive too, and the assistance that you and the team have been giving people in transitioning. So
Thank you. I'll pass it on to the team.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering, with the change over to Smarty Grants, if maybe we held a couple of training sessions which might cut out some of the work that the team has to do in following up and assisting. So if people sort of had a broader idea of how it worked, it might be helpful to all of us.
Anything further?
quickly say, jump onto the council website, go to the grants thing, click on the Smarty Grants, and it lays out everything, the ad hoc available all the time. It lays out what's available right now, when the closing dates are. And I think it's a big improvement in transparency of what we do make available. And I also support it all being within one tested portal that will allow us to keep track and see that we're getting the money to the right people. Thanks.
Anything else on the report? Okay, thank you. The motion that council notes the financial assistance approved under delegated authority during the month of July 2026 in accordance with the community support policy. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.7. Thank you, Tamara. 11.7 Whitsunday Water Customer Service Standards. Troy, welcome. So move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Collins. Thanks, Troy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is to seek council adoption for the new Whitsunday Water Customer Service Standards for 2026 through to 2031. What we do here, every 5 years we've got a legislative requirement to look at our service standards, review them, publish them on our council website, and then obtain feedback. After that feedback period's over, if there's any changes made, we come back to council and make those changes. The only probably major difference of this revised edition now is that we, after the restructure, we now actually have plumbing services and trade waste. So that's the teams that go out and do our plumbing inspections for building approvals and that in regards to plumbing, and also trade waste is under that. So now we actually have a section in there that gives clear definitions about response times and obligations, just to try to make it clear and transparent for the community to understand what they feel they need and what they can expect. We'll also use this document to report back to council on our quarterly reports and what have you, just so we've got those stats that can be consistent in how we approach things and communicate with council and the public. Several of these indicators that are already in there are part of a greater thing that we actually report every year called swim reporting, and those ones still remain the same, those KPIs, so to speak, because they're the ones that we have a benchmark against and we've been reporting on a number of years. But there may be some new ones from our new areas coming under this that the public might want to comment on.
Questions? Probably just one from me, Toy, and it's probably just the process for me so we're being asked to adopt them today, but then as a draft for consultation, so it's just that sort of chicken and egg type situation. I do note that part of the resolution states that there'll be a further report. But yeah, I think just trying to understand why we wouldn't just adopt it at the end rather than and go to public consultation first. So.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It is a little bit of an interesting one under section 115 of the Water Supply and Safety and Reliability Act. There's a part there where we must get council approval and then we put them on the website. And I think some ways it is a little bit chicken and egg, but other ways, if we don't get any feedback, then it saves us coming back to council and doing a further report.
There you go. Just support. Just there for there, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation was tweaked by myself in Troy's absence when I read the legislation and just to get clarity around the process. So what I was trying to do is not, if we don't have to report twice to council, it avoids another step, another formal report. So that would get us compliant with section 115 if there's no submissions that required a variation material to the document. The alternative was to authorise the CEO to change it, but it actually, the legislation does say that council needs to adopt it post a consultation period. So part 3 of the recommendation to council is intended to say, listen, if there's no submissions, we have to bring it back. You've already approved it, which is a language in the statute. So it was intended to actually save you a step.
Thanks. Yeah, probably interesting to see where we go through consultation with this, whether it's just dirty water and calcium that comes back or other things. Probably noticed we went from a 9-page document to a 23-page document, but in a way this is sort of all typed out and then you've got your pretty graphics. But maybe that gives it to both people. Maybe one will be found more supportive than the other. I think there's a lot of information in there. The one thing tweaks my interest is in notification channels, and on page 263 you've got SMS to registered contact numbers. Now, I think for a long time I've questioned in this council why we send snail mail out to so many people. Just wondering about this SMS contact list. Is that something you keep a database of for notifications of when there's water outages and things?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the quite broad question set there. I'll touch base straight onto the SMS one. There was the name of it is escaping me at the moment, apologies, but there is one where we do have a list and we can send out SMS need to be. It was started through the disaster group, and that's something that we were looking on. There are a suite of changes that Whitsunday Water are looking at to try to digitalise, if that's the correct term, to make it a little bit easier for us to get those touch points out there with the community. And that's sort of why too the document is a little bit bigger as well. So I tried to make sure that I cover a few different people, where some people like the lists at the back where you can really delve in the difference between whether it's a technical level or service and things like that, but also too the visual aspects. There's some people that like the pretty pictures and can identify with infographics like myself, and then others that do like the lists.
Just another one from me, Troy. So current actual performance against what's being put forward in the proposed service standards, are there any areas of concern that you have or highlight, or alternatively, is there any material change to customer service standards in the new standards that would equate to a reduction in service?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. At the moment, as we're going through growing pains, there are some aspects in regards to, for example, the new X section of this customer service standards, how quickly we can turn around some applications, especially in regards to plumbing and trade waste approvals. I'm currently have gone out for a review at the moment to see what we can do, if we've got enough resourcing, or if there's better ways that we can do that. That might be that's the area that I think we might receive some feedback on. But saying that again, what I touched on before to Councillor Bowman was we're looking at even trying to smooth line how applications are even put in, where a customer can actually go into a portal and do an application. So that sort of cuts down the paperwork and the response times as well too, so they can get that quicker turnaround. And I do believe that'll assist with getting those mandated KPIs there within those limits.
So what Mr. Pettifer's identifying is that we've had, I think to answer the Mayor's question, Troy, the water and wastewater standards are largely consistent with the old document. There's no major changes there. The plumbing and trade waste piece is not really called up by the statute. It's something we've added into our customer service standards with the transfer of responsibility. So to answer your question, I think we have really good consistent data, and as we've articulated, Council's looking for more accountability reporting, and this is a really good example of stuff which we're already required to collect, is of interest to Council and community, and therefore some stuff is collected at different frequencies, but the intention is that this will be front and centre in director reporting in relation to the performance of the business.
Any further? The motion that Council approves the Whitsunday Water Customer Service Standards 26-31 as attached 11.7.1 authorises the publication of the draft Whitsunday Water Customer Service Standards on Council's website and invites public submissions in accordance with sections 115 to 120 of the Water Supply Act 2008, and receives a further report following completion of that consultation process should there be any submissions seeking material change to those standards. I put to the vote those in favour. The motion is carried unanimously. So I'll move to adjourn for morning tea at 10:38 a.m. All in favour? All against?
Well, we don't need more than this, but I'll vote for it anyway.
Very unanimous. Applicant, please, Taylor. Okay, we'll reconvene the meeting from morning tea at 11:01 a.m. Okay, moving on to our next item, which is the 11.8, the annual Christmas Day closure 2026. Christmas closure, not Christmas Day closure, Christmas closure. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. Is there any discussion or need for debate on this one? Everyone's comfortable with what's proposed there?
I'll just say quickly, I know it's not one of those years. It always seems to make sense to me if we could be from Mondays through to Fridays. We've been asking a lot of our staff. And I know it's just one of those years, but I support going forward if we do try and stop staff coming in for one day of a Christmas week or, but I know this is just one of those years when we're staying open through to the Wednesday, but in general where we can cap off that time and give our staff a chance to have a time with their families. We know the key staff are still on, but yeah, I do support those breakages that allow people to maximise their holidays and limit their time off. Thanks.
Anything further from the table? Okay, the motion that council endorse the closure of council offices and libraries, customer service centres and depots during the Christmas year period commencing from the 23rd December 2026 and resuming normal operating hours on the 4th of January 2027. And note that other facilities will be operating through this period, including after hours service, skeleton works crews and waste services. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.9, council meeting dates 2027. Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Clifford. Any need for discussion or question on this one? I think it's pretty consistent with the time of the month we've had with previous council meetings. So it's nothing there. The motion that council adopt the indicative schedule for ordinary council meeting dates for 2027 calendar year as outlined in the report, and also authorise the CEO in consultation with myself to amend the adopted meeting date schedule where operational requirements, business commitments, conferences, emergencies or other circumstances necessitate change, and note the location of each meeting to be held at one of council's public offices determined administratively and may vary depending on operational requirements, community engagement opportunities, weather conditions, and note that council staff and members of the public may attend meetings virtually in accordance with council's meeting procedures and technology capabilities. I'll underline that last word. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving to item 11.10, the council resolution register. Have a move, please. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay. Manager Governance, I'd like to speak to the report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through you. Our council resolutions are one of the key mechanisms through which council's decisions are put into effect, and this report provides councillors with an overview of progress in implementing those decisions. During the 25-26 reporting period, the resolution register recorded a total of 294 resolutions. This included 73 resolutions carried forward from previous reporting periods and 221 resolutions made during the 25-26 financial year. 271 resolutions have now been completed, reflecting the ongoing implementation of council decisions across the organisation. As at the end of the reporting period, which was the 30th of June 2026, 23 resolutions remain open and continue to progress through the implementation process. Details of all open resolutions as at 30 June 2026 are provided in attachment 1 to your report for Council's information and oversight. The report is now presented for Council's consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
Questions for the officer? I'll start off with one and nothing else. So the 23 still open. How many have been more than outstanding for 12 months?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great question and I don't have the answer at my fingertips. I would need to take that one on notice and come back to you unless the CEO has that information at hand.
Thanks. Yeah, I do certainly support having this available and for us to be keeping track of where we're going. I do notice a lot of these fall within property where it seems to be a very, very lengthy process. I look at 301 days to finalise a tendered lease and think loss of income management of that land, everything we're trying to get benefit out of leasing is still under the cost of council. So I know we've been making changes in property, but I think it's something I still try and understand how it does just seem to take so long. Still got mentioned in here the storage sheds behind the Reef Gateway Hotel. I think that was near a 2-year process. Same thing with the art gallery here in Proserpine. So it is probably something I know there's a lot of hoops and things to jump through outside of the governance overseeing it, but that does just seem to be something that takes up. I just try and understand how these things take so long. Are they taking up that much officers' time, or do officers only have the ability to do something every 6 weeks and it just sits on the shelf in between? But generally, I'm supportive of the high number of resolutions that do get action. So, thank you. I will support the Mayor, though, in probably wanting to see something beyond the current financial year. Thanks. I remember some from probably before I got into council that haven't happened.
Anything further from the table? Councillor Finlay?
Mr. Mayor, just on your point, just quickly reading through the meeting dates there, and days overdue, there's no middle.
I don't think they're all listed in there though.
Okay.
Is that right?
That might be a different point.
Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor. As I understand the system, what is in there as being open is open as according to our system. As we talked about at briefing, if councillors have any other resolutions that they believe haven't been fully implemented, please just ask you to direct that information through to the CEO, and we'll investigate that in our system and reopen those resolutions if they require further implementation.
I'll just rephrase my information. As per the report, there is none there that are over 365 days.
Any further? Motion to council receive and note the status of the council resolution register as presented at attachment 11.10.1. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.11, monthly finance report. Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Bowman. Director Patti, would you like to speak to your report, please?
Thank you, Chair. This report provides financial position as at the end of July. Please note at the moment the comparative balances as at the 30th of June 2026 are based on unaudited draft financial statements and are subject to change. And from the iteration that are in these papers at the moment, they have slightly changed. So we're hoping that the Auditor General will sign off on our statements on the 4th of September, which is next Friday. In the report, rates have not been raised at the end of July 2026, and hence the financial ratios at the bottom of the report look below where they need to be due to this timing. This will change obviously in the reporting period to August 2026. So it is just that 4-week snapshot, and so because we haven't done our rates, haven't done our water billing, you'll see that our income is quite under at the moment, and that's all occurred in August. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I mean, obviously it's July early days, but really looking forward, Mr. Mayor, probably at the end of the quarter, getting an update on how we're progressing with all our directorships, aligning with the budgets that we adopted, and just putting back on that, not just from a financial point of view, but the operational objectives of which I want to achieve as well. So really looking forward to that, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, just in passing, I'm a fellow CPA. As you know, I just own an accounting business and I work in the accounting business. And I talk to a lot of people, and you know, a lot of people say to me, John, what about the finances? How are you going? I said, look, really good to the clients, and just say there's a bit of positivity out there within the ranks of the community, knowing that we got the 10-year financial plans, and as you know, Mr. Mayor, when we adopted the budget, we also adopted some complementary 10-year management plans for the general water and sewage and waste. which are available publicly. And I have made some of those copies available public to people. But again, what it shows is the transparency and accountability of our organisation to where we've been, to where we are. And there's a lot of positivity out there within the community from people I talk to, knowing that we have got our financial plans in place, knowing that the directors of the commercial units and the business units, they know their funds, they know their operations, they know what they've got, how much they're contributing back to the general fund, everything like that. So all in all, I just congratulate the finance team with the reporting that they're doing at the moment, and just with the confidence that we've now got going forward. And yeah, I'll just say that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I think from my perspective, I think challenge with getting this report early in the financial year is it doesn't really tell me much as to how we're actually tracking in the current year period. So Director Paddy, I think just trying to understand when we might see something that is a more of a reconciled 26, 27 to date. Am I safe to assume that the annual report will be coming up to the September meeting for the last financial year? Is that right? Yeah.
Through you, Mayor, at this stage we're looking at either September or October. We're working towards a September date, but again it has to go through the processes. It will depend. Obviously we are hoping the financials will be signed off on the 4th of September, so it will be a very tight time frame to be able to pull all that together for the September OM. But look, that's what we're looking towards. To be quite honest, from a finance perspective, you know, to see how we're tracking, it really is that first quarter. It's the first 3 months that are really going to see how we're setting up for the financial year. The first couple of months, July, August, in previous organisations I've worked, they haven't really, unless they've required it, had a financial report because it doesn't really show a lot. But that first quarter, as Councillor Finlay stated, will be a really good litmus test as to how we're moving forward to the full financial year, 30 June 2027. Thank you.
And just subsequent to that, obviously the other big items, the capital carryover and how that sort of affects our sort of forward position. So I think historically we've done that. Really, that's been the core function of BR1. Is there any indication when we might be looking at a BR1 adoption for that predominantly capital carryover?
Thank you, Mayor. We're meeting all of the people involved this Friday for a full day of hand-on hearts and discussion around how we're tracking with carry forward of 26 capital programs and what we're looking at for 26-27. So we're again hoping that we'll look at some form of BR1 either September, October. Again, it will depend on how we're tracking with resources during that time. But we are, as Councillor Finlay stated, we're discussing these with the asset owners and the providers so that we really do have a handle on how we're progressing with that capital program, which is really good, and we're really transparent within council itself and also with the councillor group. So hoping around that time frame, again depending on this meeting this Friday, and then how we can pull everything together to bring to the next ordinary meeting. Thank you.
Did you have something to add?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. We did share the end of 26 financial year performance report with the Capital Working Group, and if council desired, we could probably circulate the performance report to the rest of council. I just realised we probably didn't send it out, so we were submitted to the working group and we didn't distribute it further. That would be an interim step in the process. Yeah.
That's a BR1. Yep. Any other questions or comments regarding monthly finance report? That's better.
No, I'm good.
You're all good?
I'm good.
Give me the look, so.
No, I'm all good. Give me the look to put them up.
Okay, the motion the council receive the unaudited monthly financial report, including the monthly unaudited financial statements for year-to-date July 2026. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.12, the Livability and Development Services quarterly activity report, which was for last quarter of the last financial year, April to June 2026. Move Councillor Clifford. I'll second that one. You're going to talk to your report. Very good.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors. I'll take my report as read. However, there are a couple of matters that I would like to bring to your attention. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the outstanding service of Julie Wright, the Director who has recently retired from council, and I certainly thank her personally for the handover that she was able to give to me when I came into the role, and I wish her all the very best in her retirement. I'd also like to thank the organisation for my warm welcome to the organisation when I commenced on the 29th of June. I'm excited to join council and furthermore to be able to lead the directorate and the services that we deliver. I'd like to acknowledge that there's been a range of services and programs that have been delivered over the previous quarter that have certainly supported the growth and livability of the region, and I also thank our strategic partners who've assisted us in being able to deliver on those commitments. First of all, I'd just like to acknowledge that there was a substantial funding contribution made through our community grants program to support community groups and events across the region. We welcomed over 70 new Australians from over 20 countries, which I think is wonderful to see the growth and diversity of our community. Over 34,000 visits to our regional library facilities, and for me, our library facilities are a key enabler to create partnerships and opportunities across all different sectors of our community. Our feral animal program continued across the region with great success. We had over 70,000 visits to the lagoon, we had over 12,000 visits to the Bowen Pool, and further over 21 visits to the Proserpine Pool. A total of 121 development applications were lodged over the quarter, including a phenomenal 58 applications in June alone, with 42 of those being material change of use applications. And for me, this shows that there's immense confidence in our region and the growth of our region from the development sector in them wanting to continue to invest in our region. As I said, I'll take my report as read, but happy to take any questions or queries from councillors.
You want to ask questions, Councillor Bowen?
No hard questions, just welcome on that. Get enough emails from me, I'm sure. I'd just like to point out on the back of some recent correspondence about 250 people a week might visit Canberra Library. I do look forward to these reports. Shows we average 1,000 plus people coming through Canberra Library. You see Bowen, Collinsville and Proserpine are all well supported. So I'll support our sporting facilities. I also think libraries and integrating customer service into that is important. I do see the number of phone calls and emails and things. That's why I'm just wondering with the hub and reporting going forward. When we separate who's there for the library and who's there for customer service, who's benefiting from both in the one place, or just how we can track how well these facilities are being utilised. Probably just a question for me, because I don't see a change in these numbers since we've co-located customer service to the Library of Canberra. So I'm just trying to understand how we'd report that in the future. Thanks for the suggestion.
So I think, well, there's probably a couple of areas, and these aren't so much specifically just questions about the report, but I think with regards to development activity, definitely seeing some volumes really start to increase. So I guess, I guess if, and it might be a question for Matthew, just exactly what you're currently seeing in that space, as far as applications coming in, how significantly is the increase occurring, where's it occurring, and also do we have an idea of what our forward pipeline looks like with regards to development applications?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we're very active at the moment, looking at the trends of applications, and we're well and truly exceeding, the past levels that we had 12 months ago. As the Director pointed out, we're seeing quite a lot of MCU applications coming through. So they can be anything from your small level domestic applications all the way through to units or other commercial and industrial developments that are coming through the mix. So it is a good indication from the business community that they're seeing it as a good time to invest in various commercial activities or industrial activities. For the pipeline that we're seeing, we've got quite a number of significant applications that are sitting there. We've got some residential subdivisions that have been approved. We've got the Winarch large residential subdivision back in Jubilee Pocket. We've got obviously Whitsunday Green and Edenvale still there. The pipeline of downstream approvals that will come from those are very significant, and they're more in the operational works, civil construction space, which is going to put a lot of that pressure, once we get the ROL approvals through, that pressure then goes downstream to the civil works applications. We've also got a lot of other tourism investment that's still sitting there looking at the right opportunities to activate key pieces of land. So I see the next 12 months being a continuation of a growth in those numbers. The numbers can be a little misleading in a way that no two applications are the same. So if you get a large, greenfield residential expansion or a large tourism development, they can be significantly complex applications to take through the system, although on the stats they only show us one.
So do we have any visibility on actually dwellings being constructed at this point in time in a particular locality, whether it be Bowen, Airlie Beach, Cannonvale, or conversely sort of available lots?
So we do track the number of house builds that are happening. So we get the private certifiers put their paperwork in the council, and we then track what postcodes those building applications are coming in. So we can track month on month how much building activity is happening. We're not just tracking that it's a building application, we're tracking whether it's a 10A, a house, a commercial development. So we know the different types of buildings that are happening as well in the region. For the lot construction, we're also tracking how many lots we're approving, how many lots we're sealing, and how many lots are going ahead. Because obviously approved lots don't mean that they're actually lots that are on the ground. It's only once they become sealed. So we're tracking the lot creation through that journey as well.
Probably just the other one I had was around the, generally around the animal space. I think we had 257 animal management complaints in the quarter. Probably just trying to understand sort of what that looks like, or what's driving those. Is it, is that sort of an expected number? Are there any sort of trends that we could highlight through that? And probably just the other one, I think this was one I'm probably part of the problem, but I'd had something there that I wanted to do some comms around our feral animal management program, and we did some comms around baiting, and I've seen it had blown up quite well on social media. Obviously, there's a range of views around it, and also beliefs around sort of alternative action to the baiting. I just want to understand what our sort of forward program over the next couple of months looks like for that, and if we're looking at anything different.
Through the chair, thank you for your question. Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll take that question on notice, as I'm still trying to understand what that forward program looks like, and I'll come back to you on councillors with a response to that. Thanks.
Councillor Finlay? Councillor Wright? He's both put it up at the same time, so.
Thank you. Just through the Director, just regarding the solar project at the Bowen Pool, just wondering if that has been handed over yet, and if we've seen any savings as yet, or where that's at, I suppose. That might be through the capital team. I'm not sure whether it has been handed over yet.
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Councillor Wright. I'll take that question on notice and come back to you in relation to that. I can't confirm at the moment. Yep, just off the top of my head. Thank you.
Subsequent question.
Sorry.
Yep.
I'm driving.
Just in regards to and I know I keep harping about this, Director, but just with the Collinsville pool, it's the only pool in the region that is closed during the winter. So I know there is a big push to have that contract altered once it does come up for renewal. Because even though it's quite cool out there at night time, the days are beautiful in winter in Collinsville. So they're really looking forward to having the pool opened on the 1st of September. And hopefully we can alter it in the future.
Through the chair, thank you for your comment and question. I've also raised that with the team in reviewing the pool arrangements. So we've had a number of queries come through in relation to the operation of the pools. So that's something that I'm working with Tamara in relation to. Thank you.
Just confirming, I think I did see forward briefing schedule. We do have aquatic strategy coming up in the next month. Looks like that's right, next month. Yep. Okay. Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, just following on from your concerns about the dog complaints, and I do notice we've just had a bit of a campaign on social media about, sorry,
That was the one I think I was indicating to. So yeah.
oh, with the dogs.
Yeah, well,
Well, you-
it sort of digressed into a baiting issue, I think. So.
Oh no, I think that's a different issue, Mr. Mayor. This is about being responsible dog owners, picking up after your dogs, and also putting your dog on a lead when you are even in a off-leash area. Mr. Mayor, I'm a very responsible dog owner, and I often take my dogs on an off-leash area, and but have them on lead when there's other dogs around, and probably the majority of people do that. But there are certain occasions when people don't be responsible, and it does cause a lot of concerns for other people's dogs, because what happens is the dogs come running up to your dog, and dogs aren't always friendly, and sometimes I've had to go out to people to say your dog's holding back. So I'm just wondering through to our communication, Lisa here is acting, but on our advertisements that we put up on Facebook page, do they only go to the people that follow the council, or are they? Yeah, I think on Facebook you do a paid advertisement and it goes across the whole region. Like, just how do we get the message out there, Mr. Mayor? Because the responsible people are doing the right thing, but there's a little bit of lack of irresponsibility out there too.
Yeah, that's correct. We have done a series of Facebook posts recently about animal behaviour. We have about 18,000 followers on our council Facebook page, so that post will go to them unless we choose to do a paid post, which we can do, and we can target certain areas. So we can target the whole region or just townships if we're wanting to focus on a particular place. Happy to do any of that.
I think it's a good idea, Mr. Mayor. The more we get the message out there, the better.
Questions, Councillor Simpson?
So, Mr. Mayor, after you mentioned feral animals, I realise the new director's probably not all over this, but in the report it states that a certain number, I think 110 feral pigs were trapped. It doesn't mention of the shooting. Hopefully the shooting's still. I'll talk to the director. Yeah, make sure the shooting still goes ahead, and also. You're probably not over it being new to the role too. I've had a number of complaints recently about security issues, illegal camping, people camping beside the signs that say please do not camp here or you'll get fined X amount of dollars, and a couple of cases down at Bingo Beach where people are almost stealing water. They've washed using the new Mendes block as a wash down facility, which water's like gold at Bingo Beach, I can assure you. And hopefully we still have some money in the budget for some security services, throughout, whether it's Early Beach, Brisk Bay, all of our little coastal communities, especially impacted at this time of year with lots of illegal camping and, lighting campfires and the like. So anyway, that's my two observations.
Thank you for the query, through the chair. So even on my trip around the region, both on the weekend and during the week, constantly seeing the illegal campers. So I've certainly raised that with the relevant manager around what a program is that we can undertake to try and stop or curb that behaviour. Furthermore, just in relation to your feral animals query, I'll have to take that one on notice as well, and we'll come back to you with the relevant statistics and information about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, another one just on page 324, just regards the RV park up in Collinsville. How good is that, Mr. Mayor? See the numbers really increasing from April 264 to 734 people in June. I was up there on the weekend in Collinsville, had a look at the park, and it was pretty hot chockers up there. But how good is that? That's the benefit of having an RV park and the money that it gets spent back into the township, and I'm sure the one at Crossline does the same. So. Good statistic there. I know we focus on tourism across the region, but there's Collinsville and a lot of people coming through and staying up in Collinsville. Good.
Councillor, nothing further. The motion the council note the Livability and Development Services Quarterly Activity Report attached 11/12/1 for 25 or quarter 4 25/26 put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, that brings us to the end of ordinary business for this morning. I'm going to seek to move into confidential business. Prior to closing the meeting to confidential session, would any councillors like to declare any material personal interest or conflict of interest for the confidential reports outlined in the agenda? No? Okay, so can I have a mover in Councillor Clifford and a seconder in Councillor Wright? The council closed the meeting to the public at 11:32 a.m. in accordance with Section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to discuss the following matters in closed session. Pursuant to Section 254J3G, negotiations relating to commercial matters involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government, namely Report 12.1, Water and Sewer Network Planning and Hydraulic Modelling, Report 12.2, Cape Gloucester Eco Resort Infrastructure Agreement, Report 12.3, Paluma Industrial Proprietary Limited and Whitsunday Regional Council Infrastructure Agreement Variation, Report 12.4, Shute Harbour Recreational Boat Ramp Project, and Report 12.5, Strategic Land Acquisition. And pursuant to Section 254J3A, the appointment, discipline or dismissal of the Chief Executive Officer, namely Report 12.6, the Chief Executive Officer Performance Review. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Please switch off the live stream and let me know, please. Alrighty, let us know when we're back on there, Taylor. Okay, can I have a mover and seconder resume to open session? Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. That Council reopen the meeting to the general public at 2:00 p.m. All those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda is item number 12.1, water and sewer network planning and hydraulic modelling. Move Councillor Fenlay, second Councillor Clifford. The motion that Council adopt attachment 12.1.4 hydraulic modelling report, WRC water and sewer networks, and 2, endorse the water and sewer network planning review as contained within the confidential report as a strategic basis for the planning, prioritisation, delivery of long-term water and sewage infrastructure across the Whitsunday Regional Council area. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. I just want to speak on that one before we move on. I actually think this is one of the more important strategic pieces Council has completed in recent years. Growth isn't just about approving subdivisions as they come up or encouraging housing. We need to know what infrastructure sits behind that growth, where the capacity exists and when the investment has to occur. And I think we're doing some really great work there, obviously on the financial side of things, and I think this backs it up on the planning side. The work gives us a much clearer evidence base for our water and sewer networks, what works today, where constraints are emerging and what infrastructure we need over the next decade and beyond. It also allows us to better align the LGIP contributions, our capital program and our advocacy argument to other levels of government with actual demonstrated infrastructure need. That's exactly the sort of forward planning that is contemplated when we first talk about a corporate plan, and something that I think is really worth highlighting. My main point from here is that this actually needs to be a living planning tool for us. I don't think any of us want to see that 400 odd pages of work, whatever it is, sit on the shelf. It should actively drive our budgets, our LGIP, our development sequencing, land acquisition, and all of our future infrastructure decisions. Okay, moving to item 12.2, which is the Cape Gloucester Eco Resort Infrastructure Agreement. Move Councillor Simpson, second Councillor Collins. The motion that Council agree to accept total contribution of $68,564 payable in quarterly payments of $3,178.20, with payment in full satisfying conditions of 7.1 and 7.6 of the development of approval as noted. And delegate authority to the CEO to negotiate, finalise and execute the Cape Gloucester Eco Resort Infrastructure Agreement between Whitsunday Regional Council and AM Faust and JR Schreiber, consistent with this resolution. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 12.3, Paluma Industrial Proprietary Limited and Whitsunday Regional Council Infrastructure Agreement Variation. Move Councillor Bowman, second Councillor Clifford. The motion that Council agree to increase the maximum cost estimate under the Paluma Road Water and Sewer Infrastructure Agreement from $1,171,416.20 to an all-inclusive maximum of $1.5 million excluding GST, comprised of the items listed further there in the report, and agree to a corresponding increase in the maximum infrastructure credit from $646,826.90 to $828,255, calculated in accordance with the existing apportionment rate of 55.217%, and delegate authority to the CEO to negotiate, finalise and execute a deed of variation to the Paluma Road Water and Sewer Infrastructure Agreement between Whitsunday Regional Council, Paluma Industrial Proprietary Limited, Altman Rise Proprietary Limited and Woodwork Rise Proprietary Limited, consistent with this resolution. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 12.4, Shute Harbour Recreational Boat Ramp Project. Move Councillor Clifford. I will second this one. The motion that Council authorise the CEO to negotiate with Maritime Safety Queensland to progress arrangements for the construction, operation, management of the Shute Harbour boat ramp in accordance with the negotiation principles contained in this confidential report. Receive regular updates on the progress of the project, including construction methodology, timeframe for project delivery, asset life cycle projections, funding of public amenities and fishing facilities, as well as future depreciation implications as estimates mature, and authorise the CEO to negotiate a draft deed of agreement and calculated life cycle cost to be brought back to a future meeting of Council for consideration. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item number 12.5, Strategic Land Acquisition. Moved Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Simpson. The motion that council approve the acquisition of part of the parcel of land listed in attachment 12.5.1, delegate authority to the CEO to negotiate, finalise and execute all necessary documentation associated with the acquisition, and request the CEO to ensure appropriate valuation, legal and financial and strategic due diligence is completed prior to finalising the acquisition, and to provide councillors with a confidential update prior to finalising. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 12.6, CEO performance review. I'll move this one. Second, Councillor Clifford. The motion that council notes the annual performance review of the CEO, Mr Warren Bunker, for the 25-26 performance period has been completed. 2, authorises the Mayor on behalf of council to commence discussions and negotiations with the CEO regarding the future of the CEO's employment contract in accordance with the existing contract of employment, with any proposed extension, new contract or other material employment arrangement to be brought back to council for consideration. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Very good. All right, moving to item number 13 on our agenda, matters of importance. Just a reminder, this section serves for urgent non-operational matters only. If a resolution is being requested, please state the motion first before any further discussion. Probably I wanted to flag a significant sporting achievement on the weekend from our Bowen Rugby Union group, Mud Crabs. All 3 senior level teams, senior men's, senior reserve grade, and the I think they're called the Jennies, is it? Jennies? Yep. Jennies. Had an excellent result down there in the Mackay Cup. So something that is quite unique for the region to have such success, and I really want to congratulate them publicly for that significant achievement. Would any other councillors like to raise any matters of importance?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Endorse your comment on that, on the rugby union one. That was my first one. Second, Mayor, my other matter of importance is just commend the staff for a quick response into the replacement of a broken seat up at Flagstaff Hill. And the reason why I raise it is because also on the Friday night up there, the Bowen Art exhibition was held, and it was packed, and the car park was absolutely chockers up there. There was nowhere to park. I understand, and I'd just like to get an update from the CEO to the car park extension up there, and to any timeframes to when that might be happening.
We basically have now almost got the road reserve finalised. Once we have the road reserve finalised, we have full authority to actually move on that site and start some minor clearing. So we understand it is an issue. It's been raised with us a number of times, particularly when the conference facility is in full swing. And so I was up there the day that they walked across to the island, and I saw how many people were there actually beforehand. So it's on our plan. We've got the land team getting the transfer of the road reserve across, and then obviously we'll move straight into actually trying to clean it up in terms of a car park. It's an overflow parking. It's not a fully sealed parking arrangement.
Just an overflow would be great, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Rock? Do you have something else, Councillor?
No, I'm good.
Through the Mayor. Just the last couple of years, I've had a lot of phone calls, and we've had meetings on site at Emu Plains Road. I've spoken to the director about this and the correct way to probably handle this. But just a brief update on what's happening. They're constantly getting flat tyres. So one particular family has been there for 3.5 years, and they think that they've had roughly 200 flat tyres in that time. There's another family that's just moved in the past 6 weeks, and she's had 6 flat tyres in the 6 weeks that they've been there. So I'm just wanting to ask if a report could be brought back, like an options report, on how to handle this road moving forward. Is that something that you'd like a motion for, Director, or?
Yeah, through Mr Mayor. It's probably appropriate for councillors here, Mr Mayor. We've done a number of investigations looking at additives to try and hold the pavement together. The reality is that if there's concerns that the sharp stones in the pavement, which was, I think, a DRFA works of some time ago, it'll be a compliant product, was the message I got from the team. In effect, if you add material on top, that material will always come through. You've either got to lock it into the pavement, or you probably, if council wishes to address it, we can have a look at the options paper to what the difference in cost will be. It'd be very expensive to go and take that layer of material off and dispose of it. So a request for a report to come back on options to address the material on any Plains Road would be appropriate.
So could we have something?
Yeah, I think just note a request a report will be brought back. Yep.
You right with that, Taylor?
Yep. Yeah, I don't think we need a resolution, do we?
No.
Anything further from the floor? Councillor Collins?
Yeah, I'm not moving a motion. I just want to bring it to council's attention in regards to wild dogs and pigs, which we hear quite a lot of, and a lot of locals, a lot of local governments around the country have introduced bounties for the dingoes and the wild pigs. Just, I'd like to highlight that on the weekend out here at Collinsville, 226 pigs were weighed, 9,450, nearly 9.5 tonne of pigs. Now, I know a couple of young fellas, they put 2 pigs in there, they got 18 before they got down 2. So, I mean, you'd be up there in the thousands what was killed on the weekend. It's just something the council really needs to look at in future, with the, hate to sponsor one of them every now and again, you'd save a lot of money, I tell you. But it's something we need to look at, I think, in the future, particularly with the bounty. I mean, there's a lot of people driving through the streets all the time with pig crates on, and yeah, so it's out there. It's a popular sport, believe it or not, which always has been. But and it's something. I mean, 226 pigs is an incredible amount of pigs for that. Like I said, they've probably killed well over 1,000 to get that there. So yeah.
Following on from Councillor Collins, it's not only out at Collinsville that they've got pigs. I've got them in Jubilee Pocket as well.
Oh, they're everywhere, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I think and it's an issue I've spoken with the state about, particularly primary industries minister. They're kind of the lead on that, particularly from a regulatory point of view. I think we've got some consideration in that in the environmental strategy that will come up, and then also we've got to redo our biosecurity plan.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably a good opportunity to really sort of reset the parameters of this with the state. I'm probably in agreement. I'd love to see dog bounty looked at. It is in some of the Western councils. I think it's probably how we manage that program, and also probably who provides the money for doing it. I would argue that we should be probably at the very worst 50-50 with the state.
Yes,
so,
yes.
But yeah, I think probably the other side to that too is it's once you get outside primary industries and lands, you've actually got the national parks as well. And I think if you weren't having that discussion with them, it's almost pointless because most of this activity is coming out of the national parks. Right. Anything further from the floor? Okay, all said and done. Declare the meeting closed at 2:14 p.m. Thanks everyone for your attendance.